Good morning, everybody. Cheers. Fresh coffee. My second coffee for the day already, but it's just the small ones. Smallish. I think it's deceiving. It's a shorter cup, but it's a wider cup. I think it's just as big as the other ones. Why did I leave that on? Okay. Hi, everybody. I was up rather early this morning through no intention. So yeah, I'm already on my second cup of coffee. So I should be buzzing soon. And silly Sion, because I started earlier than I'd planned. I did a bit of a refactor of some code this morning that has not worked properly. So I'm just looking at the display at the moment. It's got I broke the time widget. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it works. It's just offset and it's wrapping incorrectly, and it's a pain. But I know, don't refactor just before a stream. No, don't do it. So it was either that or start the work on the MQTT stuff or continue it. The stuff I want to do on stream, if I would have continued it before the stream, I've had nothing to do on the stream, or I actually would have broken it even more. Supposed to wait. Yeah, well, there's plenty of coding to do, don't worry. I don't even know what it is that's causing this. So you can see there's the clock, and you can see the time up here, 6:37, and the seconds are wrapping around, and it's corrupt for some reason. But I did have I did a bit of a refactor this morning on the code. I'm not going to go through the whole detail of everything, but everything derives off a UI base child, which has base functionality for, it's got some overridable or some virtual functions that have to be implemented, and it's got things like the ability, like, okay, anyway, the point is UI can get owned by other UI. So the screen, everything on the screen right now is a UI screen, and then the screen can even be a parent of another screen, but then all the widgets or labels or windows, all of the different UI elements derive from UI base child, and they all get added as children of whatever. So I can tell the screen and all its contents to refresh, or the weather widget. Let's go back to here. The weather widget is its own widget, which has its own children, which are all the labels, and it can tell it to redraw, to refresh, right? The screen can tell it to refresh, stuff like that. So the reason it's all built like this is, like, right now, that time is changing, but I don't have to redraw the whole screen. That widget knows how to redraw itself, including replacing the background. So it might be hard to see on camera, but there's an image in the background, and the image is non-destructive. So well, it's supposed to be writing the the labels, forget about the position. You can see by the text underneath with the Wednesday, April 2nd, that's also off the side. I wonder if I just rep the position. Interesting. Anyway, so it knows how to redraw itself without redrawing the whole screen, which is really important, including putting the background back in place and then redrawing over it to not destroy the background. Is it politically correct to change ownership of children? That's actually funny. So speaking of, no, it's probably not. Well, actually, ownership of children's fine. If anyone wants to own my children, gladly, I'll even pay you. But so if you look at my process children, process, where is it? Here, control process clicks, right? Goes to all the children to check what's been clicked. And then at the end of it, no children touched, stranger danger, always be alert. Let it fall back to me. Because I didn't touch any children. So they're UI children, right? But anyway, but what that allows me to do, this whole thing, is that, if I go back to here, so this UI has, I can touch this. This has no action on it, so it doesn't do anything, right? But I can click on this, which lets me cycle the jokes, right? And when I get to, it grabs 5 at a time. I haven't got it displaying nicely when it does that. It should say loading or something. It goes to the internet and grabs another 5. So this element has got a touch on it. So if I go back to here, this isn't what I'm doing today, by the way. Although, yeah. So if I go to the jokes widget, so down the bottom there is a text. Where's process touch? So if the touch event that gets sent to it is a tap, then it checks its bounds. And I need to turn all that into a function, whatever. And then it goes, it'll beep, it'll do a beep, and it'll process the next joke. And processing the joke, it's a bit painful because it needs to be able to word wrap. So a joke comes in a setup and a punchline, which are different colors, and it needs to be able to word wrap, which there's no functionality really inside the library to do. None of the libraries really have to do that. Something you need to implement yourself. And so I need to do word-based word wrapping broken at a space. So it's got to recalculate. So anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is it goes through, and then if there isn't any more jokes left, it plays a different tone, clears the list, and tells it to do a redraw, should redraw here, and dirty, tells it to go grab new ones. So on the redraw, if it's been a certain period of time, or there's no stored jokes, or it's the first time it's being done, it'll go through and add to the queue. So it's all callback based. So non-blocking callback. Add to the queue the server path for the grab the jokes, and then the callback is the process joke data, which then does all the stuff. So if I go to serial output, here, let's make it a bit bigger. If I go through and tap all the jokes, touch jokes, touch jokes, touch jokes, touch jokes, and then it goes off, and you can see here it does a call to that, prints out whatever the heap and the PSRAM size is, gets all the data back, and then goes through and parses it. And then it just did a open weather map and did an update on the thing, which happens I think I've got it set to every 6 minutes or something at the moment, just while I'm testing. So all of this is non-blocking because it's all callback driven, and it's all JSON parsing. Anyway, April 2nd, is that April 1st joke? No, it's April 2nd here. So anyway, I'm not sure why that label is offset. What I was doing this morning was playing around with this, the add child stuff. I moved it onto the base class. So every time a child is added, it tells a child what its parent is, which is what I added this morning. So a child can tell its parent to do something if it needs to. Anyway, I don't know how I broke that. This is how you set up UI. It's pretty basic on this case. So I'm creating a current weather widget. That's the tint color for the window. That's position. I'm setting the title alignment to left. You see it's left there, but the jokes is centered. And a refresh interval, so that updates every 10 seconds. It'll do a refresh to see if it needs to update, right? It doesn't update. If it doesn't need to update, nothing's redrawn, nothing's changed, right? Then there's the widget time one, which is here, which it's set to 460 and it draws backwards. So this is right aligned. So you give it the right anchor position and it draws the other way. And I think that's what I've broken. Oh well, and that's set to update, refreshes every second, telling your parents what to do. Yeah, and so you can see here, screen 1, add child, UI, and widget time, right? So that when that gets added to the list of children, the parent's set back on it. And then there's the jokes at the bottom. And that gives it all of the touch functionality and the redrawing functionality. So the screen updates, gets all the widgets to update themselves when they need to, based on their own timers. Find the parent of something that causes the parent to do things that cause the child to do something that causes the parent infinite recursion. Yeah, well, then it crashes. Yay. Then it crashes. So what I want to do today is, I'm not going to start yet because I've got something else to show you first, but what I want to do today is add another widget in the center here. It'll probably end up being a big-ish widget, we'll see, but for now, and right now, I mean, I haven't got functionality in there for widgets to resize themselves and check bounds of other widgets, like they won't fill whatever, but I can, whatever, one day maybe. Pub sub needed instead of child parent callbacks. Hey Brennan, no, not pub sub for that type of stuff. Not a chance, dude. Like, it's all happening on device. It doesn't need to be communicating elsewhere, and doesn't need other things to. Anyway, each widget is self-contained, right? It controls itself. So I want to create a widget for MQTT. Well, in this case, it's going to be a dashboard, right? Widget. And that'll go inside here, and that'll take care of all of its own MQTT stuff. That's the whole idea. And a widget is supposed to be self-contained in functionality. The only thing it needs to know from its parent or by its parent is when to refresh, and if a touch event has happened on the parent, to check itself and then pass the touch event back if it doesn't need to use it. So like a bubble down thing. Okay, so before I move on, I'm going to say hi to folks in the chat and then show you something really cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so Alan, good morning. Yombo Prime, hello. Dutch Taurus, hi. By the way, Alan, curse you for the whole wanting Home Assistant stuff. Curse you. So, yeah, it's not going to happen the way you want it. I'll get to that conversation, but just curse you. Curse you for wasting my time going down a rabbit hole of Home Assistant yesterday. Good stuff. Hello, Mr. England. Hi. Michael, good morning. Antonio, hello. Christopher, hi. Peter, good morning. And yeah, winter is definitely here. It was nice and cold this morning. Johnny is in the house. Good DST, everyone. Brennan, hello. Scrolling. Beata, hi. Sean, hello. Nope, going backwards now. Oops, another machine. Little April Fool, no. David Esser, hello. Jeff Lethbridge, hello. Hello, Jeff. Liam, good morning. Andy Mouse, hi. I'm going backwards. AJ, or AJ Advark. Stefan, hello. Martin Palson, I hope I got that right. Dishipu, we have a Dishipu in the house. Okay, I think I got everyone looking backwards. Yeah, maybe. Definitely all the people that have chatted so far. Seems to be more people watching than there are in the chat, but that's okay. Oh, Gandalf is here. Hello. Gandalf is new here. Well, welcome. Welcome, Gandalf. Quindor. Hey. Yes, you can still make roll call. Do exclamation mark. Don't do slash. My stuff uses exclamation mark. HA is so good. Yeah, HA is just overkill, way too complicated. It's not about that. It provides state management control with graceful failure routes. Implement each to their own. For MQT, yeah, but using MQT on itself for state management of UI, no. This thing has to work completely offline, which MQTT can't do. It's got to at least be able to ping itself. I don't see how PubSub would work not being online. But yeah, no. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Each to their own. You feel free to do it that way if you want to do it. I wish I knew how I busted this thing this morning. You can do it with your kid. Anyway, the way I'm doing it is fine. It's the way I want to do it. There's a lot of intricacies about it that I haven't even mentioned. So before I get into coding, I can't remember where I left things with my discussion about the case last week. The case for this, and I can't remember what I said I was going to do, and then what I did, and when I did it, and what I posted about. Wow, was that like a lot? That was confusing, wasn't it? Let me see if I can find an image. Oh, that wasn't the one. Oh, maybe it's in. Okay, just hold on one sec. So, yeah. Oh, that's right. That's got the bad render. Okay, that's got the bad render, but it doesn't matter. I'll show you this anyway. Go back to here. So, this is what I designed. I did post some images on Twitter, X, and Blue Sky, and some other places. This has got a bad render on the screen. I forgot to turn off a setting on there. But this is, so what I ended up doing, I designed a fully handheld battery-powered version where the battery is inside it, and it's fully portable, and it sits on a dock. And so you can see here that there's got a magnetic connector for power and data, and some magnets to hold it together. That's the revised PCB, what it looks like. And I think I've got a version of it. Oh, not that one. Maybe that one. Excuse me. That's it sitting on, oh, that's not the final. Oh, yeah, that's the dock. That's a bad render. Sorry, excuse me. That's it sitting on the dock. Anyway, so, and this is all a real thing, I should say. So here's the dock, which is, excuse me, sorry, did I swallow a fly when no one was looking? So this is not screwed together. There are screw holes for M2.5 on the bottom. So the dock comes apart on purpose because there is a PCB that gets mounted inside the dock, and so that all goes like that. And this is the case, the back. Okay, so it's all done, ready to go. That's it there. And here's a version of it that was printed differently. This was printed this way down, so all the support was inside. This one was printed this way, so all the support was outside, which left a really yuck finish. And this has got a mock-up of the PCB, if I can get it out. There's the 3D print of the PCB. I said to make sure everything fit, right? So there's no USB on this anymore. It's a magnetic connector on the back. And so this, and so inside here, there is a spot for a 1500 milliamp hour battery that goes in here. And I've actually ordered a bunch of batteries. And I forgot to mention a couple of weeks ago on my stream, they've changed the laws on me shipping batteries. And so I may start shipping batteries for these. My intent is to ship them with batteries. Anyway.
Alan Madsen says too much coffee :
Too much coffee? Never too much coffee. Not quite as good as the ejection molded, but anyway, so, and then what happens is, so this sits in the dock like this. So it's got a lip at the front so it can't fall over, but it's magnetically connected by the magnetized connector plus extra magnets to lock it in place for connectivity, right? So it solves my, I want a desk touch device because it can just sit on my desk. I may have to either put some weight in the base or just make the base, the dock a little bit longer, maybe, we'll see. I won't know until I've got everything here because it all depends on how heavy it is, right? This is going to have a battery, it's going to have like the screen and everything else in it, which has already got a bit of weight. But once the battery's in there as well, it might be just heavy enough to drop it down, right, and keep it there. And if not, whatever. I can always make it a bit bigger. But this solves I want it on the desk, but I want it to be portable without the USB all the time. And then it also solves I want this to attach to something else. So, you know, I've already got a design for, instead of a dock, it is just a USB cable that magnetically connects to the back. So you don't need, it doesn't sit in the dock. It can just be like a charge thing that connects in or for flashing it. And then there could also be a wall mount that it goes into that it magnetically holds itself on. So a lot of options by doing it this way. And I'm really glad I ended up going this way because it's actually it's a much nicer thing. Anyway, very excited. So the PCBs are done. I'm just waiting for muck-up. JLC mucked up one of the stencils on my order. They're having to, I had 3 days of fighting with them about the thing, and they've fixed it design-wise, as in what they broke. So that's held up the order. It should have shipped already and been here, you know, maybe tomorrow or Friday, but it's now not going to be until next week because it hasn't shipped yet. But PCBs are on the way for both the dock and for this. And I made some changes to the PCB in doing this, and I added haptics as well. So, assuming I can get it all working, because it's a very very busy I2C bus. But I've added the ability to have haptics, a haptics driver as well. Austin's creation, woohoo! Hello. Wall mountable, but also, yeah. So wall mountable was one of the things that a few people asked about that I couldn't do with my previous design because of the USB sticking out the back. It wasn't something that I ever intended to do because it wasn't on my radar for use case. But this will allow, this will basically, it can be anything. It can go into anything, as long as there's a magnetic connector on there. Hey, guess on. So when I say magnetic connector, I'm talking about, and I need to order more of them. I don't have enough. Anyway, I'm talking about these. Oh my God, if I can get them out. These things, right? That they've got quite a lot of force on them, hold force, and I might have bought a few thousand magnets. And when I say a few thousand, I'm talking about literally a few thousand magnets. So these are for the extra hold on the thing and for whatever else. So my plan is once I get these new boards, they're obviously, I'm just getting the prototype boards, and once they're built and validated and I've confirmed it fits in the case. Oh, something else I'm doing. I've confirmed it fits in the case. I will then order some production boards. Not a lot, just a small batch. As in, you know, well, it doesn't have, I've only got 20 screens here. Production boards, I'll assemble like 20 of them. I'll just refine the case if I need to, the dock, work that out in terms of weight, and then get them on my store, which is pretty exciting. Hey, Ian, how you doing? Which is why I'm kind of working so hard on the UI stuff at the moment. I ordered a bunch of different colored matte filament for these. I'm going to experiment with some different colors, including some retro colors. I really want to see what one of these is going to look like with like a retro, like a Commodore 64C style color or Amiga color. I think that could be really nice. Hello, Dave Harris. Or a like a darker version, not quite red bin Commodore 64, but I don't know, we'll see. But then I've also got some other nice matte colors, a matte blue, a matte orange, a matte red. I don't know if I'll offer multiple colors of cases. I'll publish the file so people
Alan
can
Madsen says, does your logo cover much of the chat on your stream?
No. Hello, drone shots. No, what do you mean? It's the last message is what you can see just above the logo. So, like Christian's one right now. Hello, Christian. Hi to anyone I haven't said hi to that I missed. It's just scrolling fast. Anyway, so these will ship with, well, I'm trying to decide if I'm going to ship them only with cases and batteries, or if I will also offer them without a case and battery, just the unit itself, like in the screen and the PCB. I don't know. I might, but I want to experiment with different case colors in this matte PLA. So that's exciting. So that's being delivered today, I think, a whole range of colors and stuff. So, but I'm not going to do that until I've got my boards. So I don't want to just print cases for the sake of printing cases. I want to wait until I've got the boards here. Okay, so, it shouldn't be laggy. I mean, it's chat, it's set to fast mode. So, what is the change with batteries? So it used to be that in Australia, or okay, it used to be globally that you couldn't ship batteries, right? Even though people did, you couldn't ship batteries. You still can't really ship batteries through post or whatever else. You can't ship them by themselves. It's always been illegal, even though that people do, and you can order batteries from China and they arrive and whatever. It's illegal. Right? You're not allowed to do it. And if you were to declare that you were doing it, they'd block it and wouldn't accept it. So what's happened though is because it's become more common now for people to, you know, order phones or watches or tablets or whatever else through the post globally, they've changed the way it all works, and they've said it. It used to be that you couldn't ship. It used to go on like wattage on power, battery power.
Alan Madsen says then your chat window is about 7 messages behind.
What do you mean my chat window, Alan? My chat window is up to date. And the chat window on screen right now that I'm seeing in my stream is up to date. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. But whatever my delay is going to you when you're watching could be, yeah, maybe just refresh your screen or something. I don't know. So anyway, what they've done is they've changed the rules that you still can't ship a battery by itself, and you can't ship a battery outside of a product. But if it's inside of a product and the product can be switched off, it has to be off. If it has no on-off switch, you can't do it. The product's going to be switched off with a battery under a certain wattage, then, and you declare it, and you specify when you declare it that it's a battery in a product. It can only be certain products. It's got to be a watch or a phone or a tablet, right? I guess this passes as a tablet, touchscreen device, whatever. Then as long as you declare what it is and what size the battery is, and that confirm it's in an off state, then that gets transferred as part of the customs documentation. So there's more work I need to do to fill it all in to send it, but Australia Post have assured me that they will now not block it when I try to send it, because they do a scan. If they scan it, they see a battery, they'll just normally reject it. They'll now not reject it, they'll let it go through, and that they're pretty sure that most countries, like the US, yes, the UK, yes, EU, who knows with the EU, and other places will accept them now. They'll accept them coming through. So that's really cool, but I haven't tested that yet. So this has only happened over the last couple of months. And so hopefully I'll be able to ship batteries soon. And within Australia, I can ship batteries now under the same thing, but it doesn't need customs clearance. Don't need a type of rubbish though. Right. Well, it's specific product type in that it's easy for them to understand what they are, right? Like, I guess if it's got a screen and it's got a battery, then you can just say it's a tablet. I guess, I don't know. I purchase e-bike batteries from eBay. Yeah, I mean, people ship batteries illegally all the time, no problem. My concern is if I was ever to ship something to the States, for instance, not declare it, like ship a battery, not declare it, and then have it scanned and caught, then the ramifications for me shipping stuff to America would be really bad, right? As someone who ships a lot of stuff to America, so I don't want to do that to myself. What we'll be able to do with this device? What are the use cases? Sorry if I missed you talking about that. Well, it's just a bit of hardware. It's hardware with a screen, touch interface. It's got I2S audio, SD card, a real-time clock on there, like an external real-time clock that's battery backed up, battery fuel gauge, obviously battery support, haptics. I mean, I don't know, you can do with it whatever you want. I'm building just some fun. I'm building a UI framework for it that people can, use to extend and build other things with if they want to. No, it's not a replacement for your phone. United States, sue everyone. When United States Customs put a mark against your name, that's it. Forget about ever selling stuff in the States again. So I never wanted to do that. Forgot to buy something at the liquor store. Ooh. Yeah, so I don't know what people are going to do with it. It's a beefy microcontroller, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth with a really nice 480 by 480 screen, touchscreen, with sound and with whatever. And yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's get coding. Let's get going. It's already been what, 35 minutes and I've not started coding yet. So we need to have a chat about what I'm doing. And plus you get rubber gloves for sure if you ever went there. Oh, I got stopped several times going to the States, and I never got rubber gloved personally, but I had them pull apart my suitcase multiple times, and they pull them apart and they just leave everything on this bench and they go, okay, yep, you're good. And that's it. You got to sit there and repack it again. But they just leave everything spread everywhere. Like, even if you got a connecting flight, whatever else, doesn't matter. Anyway, so I'll find a way of viewing questionable content on it. Oh, I'm sure. I hope they will. So, okay. Let's quickly talk about didn't I have the window open? I thought I did. Hang on. Home assistant dot, no, data template. What was I looking at before? No, data structure. Hang on. I must have had this open at home. Maybe it's not Home Assistant. Maybe it's ESP Home. No. Oh, what's that window? I can't find the document that had the Home Assistant configuration. No, oh, sensor. Oh no, okay. There was a document that had data structure. Hang on, I'm going to quickly connect to my home computer. And find out what the browser page is. So I'm VPNing to my this one. What is it? Oh, it was ESP Home. Right. I knew it was. I thought it was. Oh, I just lost it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry about this. I thought I had the window open. Clearly I didn't. Yay. Okay. Got it now. Wow, that was frustrating. So on Twitter, I posted this screen, and then Ian Scott Johnson said, oh, I want to get this going with my Home Assistant stuff. And he posted a picture of this amazing looking dashboard. He goes, I want to get that dashboard going, something like this going on the device. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's not going to happen because they run in a browser, whatever else. I'm not talking about little VGL and whatever it can do for Home Assistant, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then Alan piped in saying, hey, I want to, don't know, he doesn't have chat. What? Okay. Anyway, so Alan posted that Home Assistant's so good, blah, blah, blah. And so I already had a really crappy data structure for passing messages around on my Feather S2s with sensors that some of you might remember when I first moved in here. So 3 years ago, it's been 3 years almost. I set up 3 sensors around, like one up here and then 2 downstairs, that I tried getting Grafana and some other dashboards stuff, Node-RED and whatever going with it. I could never get it working properly, and it would crash, and I'd reboot it, and Node and Grafana wouldn't start properly, and blah blah blah, whatever. And I gave up on it. And 2 of the sensors sat downstairs forever, just pinging away at nothing. And so I am reviving these, but I had a data structure already set up for them on how they sent the data to MQTT, so I could parse it. And I was going to continue using that. I'll show you what that was. It was pretty crap, but that's all I needed. I was going to continue using that, and I thought, I should make something that was a bit more robust. So I started looking at the data structure for ESP Home, and apart from the fact that I dislike YAML, sorry, I'm a JSON guy, no problem. And I know YAML is like a superset of JSON, but anyway, I'm not interested in YAML. I was looking at some of this stuff thinking, okay, some of this stuff is cool, right? And it makes sense for a data structure. But then I'm digging and digging and digging and digging. And oh my God, this system, there's no way I could or ever want to support the level that this goes to, right? In terms of the way you can set up stuff for your sensors and stuff. Your team YAML or your team XML. Sorry. Had a bit of vomit in my mouth. XML, really? Yuck. So anyway, I was looking through all of this and I thought, yeah, forget it. This is a really bottomless pit. There's no way I'm even going to pretend. Like, if someone else wants to add support for this, sure. But I liked some of this. Some of it anyway, right? And I thought, okay, let's copy some of this, how that works. So what I did was so this was my old structure was basically just like this, right? So I've got a topic called space/sensors, and it would send temperature underscore, it's actually a pipe, temperature pipe, the name of the logger, pipe, and the data. So I knew the name of the logger, and I knew it was temperature and the data, right? Or it'd be humidity and the data, right? And that was all whatever. It worked perfectly fine for me for a long time, and I was doing really nothing with the data anyway. But I had started implementing all of this before I looked at the ESP Home stuff, before that tweet. So I had here the sensor messages and value types and sensor types and whatever. And I'm not going to use any of this. I had parsing of it, right? It would go through and it would set up anyway. What I'm doing instead now is so if I go to Arduino, oh my God, everyone okay? Please be okay. Actually, I can show you in here. So I've now got a MQTT structure file. So what I'm doing instead is I've got a payload, which is a struct, whatever. The other stuff was in the struct as well. Be a good container for the communication. Don't know, I'm doing MQTT. So, yeah. So an owner, which is like an ID, which we'll get to. So I'm copying some of them. Some of the naming I thought was interesting. So we've got, device class. There was a device class, state class. Yeah, fine. Haven't got decimal accuracy. You could do that, I guess. Unit of measurement. The sense of value. I've got a value type. Because the data is being sent as intentionally as a string. And then, so the value type will be, it's a float, it's a string, it's an int, whatever. A minimum max value, I'm not sure that they're needed, right? But I thought that could be interesting to send, and a description and a timestamp, which is just the seconds, right? A seconds value. And I've got those serializing and deserialize. That struct will serialize and deserialize as JSON, right? It'll turn into like this, except description wasn't in there. I should put a description in there. And they're all strings anyway, whatever. Description, Office BME 280. This is just an example. Right. So that's all cool. So what I did was I implemented this on my sensor. So my sensor actually sends out this payload. So it creates a payload. It uses the ESP32's eFuse MAC address for the owner, for its unique ID. So in this case, it sets up a temperature, it's measurement. It sends the BME temperature. It's degrees C, but that can be changed by whatever. It's a float. It's got a range. What is my description? We'll get to that at some point. And then a timestamp. And then it serializes it as a string and sends topic and the string. And then I modify the data for the humidity. So it's percentage, humidity, different range, device class. And then I said the second lot and I publish it. And so what I'm getting is, because I've got one plugged in right now, sending it. So you can see here that I've got, it's my live stream. So my sensors, it's sending this data, right? So that's the owner, that's the MAC address, the eFuse MAC address, not the Wi-Fi MAC address. Sensor value, measurement, timestamp, percentage, it's a float, Office BME 280. So what I need to do is grab this now and parse it. So I was pushing JSON embedded, I sent a simple hash of all the values. Well, in this case, it'll be the timestamp that it'll use to update itself. So, I'm just reading back if there's anything I missed. Min-max values are good to set up at the display gauge. Right, that's what I figured. But it's easy to change this data. I wanted to come up with something that, might be useful to other people as well. Maybe come up with, not that we need another standard. So the fact that I can even use the word standard in the sentence as if it would ever be used by more than me and maybe two other people, whatever. But I wanted to have it be sane enough that it made sense. And if it looked similar to what the ESP home data block looked like, then I think that would be helpful, at least for people to understand, right? But then you need to parse even when only timestamp. But I don't have to, the parsing is done for me, and we'll get to that. So what I want to do, what my plan is I don't want to have to set up any sensors on this device. I want it to automatically detect that a sensor sent it some data. So it's listening on that topic. And right now I've hard-coded all of the setting stuff, right? Because I don't have a way to even though there's a like a class, I've got a MQTT class data structure for storing stuff where you can have multiple topics. They probably won't even be used anymore, but there's you can create, the idea is you can create as many topic to listen and publish to as you want with a name. So this would be, I could call this sensors, right? And then this would be, you know, sensors, space sensors for that and whatever. And then I could have another one for my logo, and it could read my logo data, right? So I could display on the screen what my logo is currently doing, whatever. You have as many as you want. But I don't have a mechanism for people to modify that yet. That'll be through probably a web interface or something. So for now, I'm just hand coding the broker IP, setting it all up, whatever. So this already connects to MQTT and listens on that. What? Nah, no one bothers with thumbs up anymore. No one cares. 72 seconds, the timestamp. It doesn't matter right now. It just needs a number that changes, that's bigger than the last one. So anyway, so this should already be connecting to MQTT, and right now it's not doing anything. I don't believe, when any data comes through. So what I need to do is rip out what I was working on and implement this new structure stuff. So it's just really crappy message derived stuff. So I'm not doing this anymore. And all of this is going to go. Not being used. Okay, and so what we want to do is have a container that can store, it should really be called MQTT payload, shouldn't it? And I'm deliberately not making this class based, just so we know, just so you all know, because for now anyway. Okay, so we need a place to store these payloads. So it's going to be in a map of type standard string. That's going to be for the ID. And then comma standard vector of type MQTT payload. It's going to MQTT topic payloads. So the idea is that every payload that comes in will get assigned to the vector or array of payloads for that particular person, for that ID. So I can store them all. I can keep a history of X many of them if I want to. Wouldn't it be nice to add a command function in the API? A command function in the, I don't know what that means. What do you mean by a command function in the API? Okay, so if a new message has come in, we are going to deserialize it. So we're going to I've got to remember how to deserialize it. Right. Like this. So if it's for that topic, we're going to going to parse it, and then we're going to say MQTT art. MQTT payload equals to parse the string into a JSON structure. Now I could actually leave it as JSON. I've got stacks of RAM on this thing. It doesn't have to go back to a struct. It's just easier to, I guess, move it to a struct. Like having one of the JSON keys be command that calls internal functions. Sure, but that's a million miles away, and it needs a use case, a specific use case. Like adding that in for no purpose other than wouldn't it be cool? Like, so this code is going to be open. Like obviously people are going to be able to have access to it, to be able to use it, to be able to extend it, whatever else. Like I say with all of my code, if you're going to rely on me to add all the functionality that everyone wants, then it's never going to get added, right? If that's the case, I might as well make my code closed source and not let anyone do anything with it. You know, if people need functionality, people should add stuff and contribute back. So I can't do everything. RPC, remote procedure call. And then we're going to, I mean, I could deserialize it directly into, but anyway, maybe. Payload.owner dot push back payload. That is going to add it into, will that survive? Or do I have to make that a pointer? Should I make it a pointer? Love the reasoning. I had a paste bin ready, but I'll wait for the code so I can add it. Yep. Cool. Good. Serial.printf added new sensor.
Michael says don't let pointer of local variable escape.
So do I have to new it? Or do I have to pushback was does pushback copy it? I don't mind if it copies it. Okay, we'll try it. Okay, printf added new sensor message. Now have sensor message for S. Now have the messages, then comma payload dot owner. Wait, why is that there? Because I'm using standard string, I need to pass it like this, and then dot count, no, dot size. Okay, so this should, if we flash this, it should log every time a message comes through. And I believe I'm sending them now every minute. There should be a new MQTT message happening. So let's find out. Let's see if this works. So once I've got it and have stored it, and I could just store one. Well, I don't want to store just one because it's a different message for every sensor type. So I could send 4 bits of information from this sensor. I can send the temperature, humidity, the altitude, and the pressure. They would be 4 unique sensor readings because they need 4 different things, and I don't want to join all that data into one sensor reading. Oh, look at that. What is going on? I know what that is. Oh, hang on, MQTT connected. We'll see if the log comes up. It's grabbing jokes. I just did. Why does it think it's nighttime? Interesting. Just bear with me a second. I think I know why. Okay. I'll wait till the next reboot. I want to see if this happens though. If it gets a message, it should be, oh, hang on, is it listening? Wait. Main. Did I set this? Oh, I did. So if it's enabled or true, did say connected, MQTT connected. Space sensors. Why is it not? A loop. Space sensors. So subscribing to. It should be printing this whenever a sensor. Let's see if I restart. Let me restart the sensor and do a reset on it. Okay. So we should see one pop up here with a low number. Oh, arrived. Here we go. That's weird. Okay. Arrived on topic message. So it's showing here, that's what it do. Added new sensor message for this is the ID. Now have 1 messages. That's interesting. There should have been 2 messages. It should have received the humidity one and the temperature one. Why did it not receive both? What did I break? Print values. Okay. Serialize data, send the message. I probably want a delay in here, don't I? Half a second. Like if it's sending them bang bang, that could be a problem. Oh, I got another message. Both humidity. So it sends temperature, then it sends humidity. So it could just be that I need to so this is doing over the air updates. So I can flash this directly. It's definitely receiving the messages, which is good. So what we need to do is now is build a widget. But I want to fix this display thing. It's an SPI speed issue. Hey, Steve. Howdy, howdy. So I just slowed down the SPI bus a bit. See my arm reflected in it. You just mounted it? Cool. Those cases you got made, pretty cool.
Hello.
Damn that thing. Anyway. Okay. Okay, good. So that UI is looking a bit better now. So let's make a widget, an MQTT widget. Oh, got a message. Measurement. Some value. Still only getting humidity. Maybe I'm changing the data. Why is it not sending two messages? Publish that. Serialized object 2. And create a new JSON file. Serialize it as a new file and send that. And that's the humidity one. And this one is the temperature one. Maybe there's a rate limit on how quickly I can send. Does anyone know if there's a rate limit? It used to send 2 messages before when the data payload was smaller. But maybe the payload now is just too big. Maybe it needs more time in between sending. Does anyone know about PubSub send rate? If there is one? What am I checking in MQTT Explorer? I don't quite understand a lot of the stuff that's coming through. Retain messages. Fine. Messages, 3 topics. Oh, 850 messages. What? Oh, that will be everything. Right. Okay, that's all the. Oh, that's got a lot of old history. This hasn't been restarted in a while. Yeah, here's it will be a new message, but this is showing that the data changed, the timestamp changed, but there should be one from temperature and then one from humidity. I don't know how to use this, by the way. And they're supposed to send every minute, and it's only got one. So why is it not sending? Why is it not receiving every minute? I just roll the console, mosquito sub when debugging. Or this is a separate thing. This is just a separate app that you connect to the MQTT server and it explores it all. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Dark mode. Oh my god. Oh, maybe not. Dark mode doesn't look very nice, does it? No. Ugh. That's not dark mode. That's ugly mode. Okay. I don't understand why it's not giving me a new message every time. So this should be doing print values. If the next... I probably don't want that. Temp read is greater than that. God, this is old code. God. Am I sealing letter panels? You got your whole entire life connected to Home Assistant, Alan. Okay, while that's going, I'm going to work that out. Let's do a I'm going to, because I'm lazy, I'm going to just rip off the joke widget. And call this widget MQTT sensors. Because why not? CPP. Okay, so widget MQTT. Don't need that. And that be widget MQTT sensors. those. MQTT sensors. No, we don't need process jokes. I just want to get something drawing on the screen. Don't need that. Need process touch, but we don't need that. Get a return true if we touched it, and we don't need that or that or that, and we need that. Okay. This should allow us to now quite easily add a, oh, no, need to add hash include UI widgets / widget MQTT sensors. Just like that, and now I can make it. So MQTT sensors, I'll just copy this now. And we're going to, it's going to sit underneath, so that's sitting down the bottom. I don't know where that's going to be, 80, 90, so let's make it at 100. We'll make it take the whole section for now, all the way across. And it starts at 370. So 260. MQTT sensors. Okay, so this should, now when it starts up, display a window here with MQTT sensors as its heading with nothing inside it. It's just an empty window because the widget derives from the UI window class. Okay, we don't need that. Don't need that. Doesn't matter. Let's do some cleanup. Get ready. So the UI window class knows how to draw its window, how to put its heading on, how to adjust all the stuff. Gives the framework, and then I can do whatever I want inside that window, inside the widget. Never seen it limit message rate? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Right, maybe I've hit the max message size. Well, but the first one's going through. I might just go here. I added that extra. Did I reflash this? I think I might have. Maybe I didn't. Okay. 1 hour and 20 minutes and lost 20-something people watching. Okay, so we've now got MQTT sensors. We have a window in the middle. We'll go bigger. There you go. there's an MQTT, because as I said, it derives off UI window, so it knows how to draw itself. And it's connected to MQTT, which is good. So, gained one for a bit. What? Hello, Bruce. Hey, Michael. Did I say hi to you, Michael? I don't recall. Sorry if I didn't. Okay, so if include MQTT. Okay. So this should let me actually. What's if I don't know if I can. I don't need any of these. I just need access to the data. I don't know if this will work. If I put that in here, and then in my widget, I know this is going to take a little bit of very quiet today. People really watching, they're doing their own thing. Okay. So I don't have so I've got the ability to create like icons and whatever. I need to create, oh my God, this whole time you haven't been able to see the code and no one said anything. I've been coding and no one said anything. So I've also got,
HMS says watching and biting lip.
okay. I've got like the ability for icons, so that, stuff like the, whatever. I guess I need to make a gauge, like a sensor gauge or something that I can spawn. But for the moment, what I want to do is I want to redraw. Going to go for int, always I. Why do we use I? For index, is it MQTT sensor? What did I just call the file? The thing? Topic payloads. Dot size I++. So if there's anything in the payloads, we're going to go how am I going to access the map easily? Where else am I doing it? No. Okay, that sucks. Value 1, value 2. Okay, you know what? We need to bring up, what was in here? What was I just doing? Text wrapping. Okay, let's talk with ChatGPT and say, how can I iterate through standard map in I'm saying in Arduino because if I don't, actually, can I get bigger? Ooh. If I don't, it'll give me a whole bunch of IO stream rubbish, crap, whatever, which I don't want. Well, in older Fortran, I was the first implicit int variable. Was it really? Well, there you go. Yeah, no, I don't want that way. I want that's what I want. That's what I want. I knew there was, see, the auto-y thingy, pair. We're going to call it pair. Does it really matter? Who cares? We'll call it data. Sensor data, we'll call it. And so is it first and whatever? First and second? I think they use first and second. First and second, yeah, okay. Cool. So I don't want first and it's second I want. First is just the owner. So we can do that. Serial.print f parsing data for sensor data for owner. I don't need for owner. S and that'll be sensor data first. Okay, then we're going to go through. I'm going to say MQTT payload sensor data dot second. No, not. We're going to go through each one. We're going to say for s equals 0, s is less than sensor data second, which is a vector, second dot size s plus plus. Do I have to cast it? Oh. Wow. Second S. COBOL, what? And okay, so we're going to do something just really basic for the moment. I'm just going to go int 16 to int 16t sensor x equals 0. I will make it 10. Sensor y equals 10. And we're going to background sprite dot draw rect sensor x comma sensor y. I don't know how big we're going to make it. 96 by 96 in size. What is draw rect looking for? Width, height, color, and flags. Color is going to be DFT blue, be a blue back. So it's just going to be an outline thing. Hey, Matt. And flags is draw RAM. So drawing to the sprite. So that's going to draw a rectangle for every one of them. And we're going to go sensor x plus equals, we said 96.
Cian, chat has disconnected.
Okay, spacing of 10, so 106 if sensor x is greater than width then since x equals 10. Oh my gosh. Sensor y plus equals 106. Okay. We also want to, maybe we'll draw, just so we know we've got the right data, dot set cursor Now, text is not going to be centered right now. It doesn't matter. I want it to be X. I'm just going to have it somewhere in the middle, right? Plus 10. So y plus 10. Dot set text color to be, I don't know, yellow, -1 because I want transparent background, and we're going to print payload dot sensor value, and then we're going to print dot measurement unit of measurement dot C string. Again, standard strings. Okay. So this will do this every refresh. And the refresh should be happening exercise linear default. Okay, I can look at, whoa, what didn't it like? Didn't like me adding something twice. First defined, okay, it must already have it loaded. Not declared in the scope. I need to turn some of it into a class so I can reference the class instance. First defined here. I thought I had that as pragma once. I do. Yeah. round in circles a bit. Okay, so we don't want that, we don't want that. And we want let's see where else we're loading it from. T, not there, not there. Okay, so where are we loading MQTT from? Multiple places. No, okay, so let's do it from here. Okay, sorry about this. It's the whole intertwining of stuff. I just temporarily put this stuff together, as you do. Haven't given it a real home yet. Okay, go, 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 go. Whoa. Damn it. Oh, okay. It's because it's a .h. Because it's a .h. And it's not a class, so I can't reference the... And that was circular. That's why that happened. But then where am I going to... I don't understand why it doesn't like... Oh, okay, sorry folks. I should just turn it into a class. If I turn MQTT into a class, then I have the problem of callbacks for class instances. I don't get it. If I put that there, then it complains. See, I can't win. Multiple definitions of... Yeah, I know. I know they are. But okay, new file. I wanted something that was transportable, but I can copy and paste between this and the Arduino stuff. But yeah, are you lacking knowledge of what extern does? No, but my plan was to... was not declared in this. What? So what you're saying is I should just here do out, but so I use external all the time. As you can see, so like with my widgets, I create the instance of the widget in the CPP with the extern here, but I'm externing the class instance. What would I extern in the case of this? AJ, you listening? You there? I don't understand what I would extern in this case. Good night, Shippu. Like I don't have an instance or anything. All of those vars you've created in the .h are instances. Okay, but that still doesn't help me. What syntax do I use to make that? When you say extern, what am I externing? Each individual item. Am I externing that? I've got a CPP file. I've got a CPP for this. No, that's the file. That again, I need very specific answer, not hints or like you did a CPP file. It doesn't help me, Michael. And it like you need to specifically extern or blah 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 this particular thing. Like that's what I'm looking for. Like, am I externing that? Wouldn't have to extern what it is. God, it's been a while since I've done this. Multiple instances every time you include. I don't. I mean, they are. This was in here, but it didn't make any difference. So in there, I've just got a struct definition. I've still got the same problem where it doesn't understand what this is. So it's in the CPP file. But now this can't access it. So I need a reference for it here. I need a definition of it, but that is the definition. So if this is in the .h file, then MQTT can read it. This is a definition. Maybe I need it to be static. Oh, no, you guys are going to crack the shits on the static, aren't you? Yeah, no. Oh, far out. Right, so here, so you're saying I need to do that. Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm asking. Right. Okay. That's specifically what I was asking. But it's still saying that this is not. Right, so now I need to load. Okay. No. What doesn't it like? Okay, I can't see what's in here anymore. Let's try that again. Too many errors. No matching function call to get payload. Oh. Wait. What's wrong with that? Sorry about this, folks. I know it's a pain. Need to know the definition of the struct. Well, it does. It knows that. Or do I have to extern that as well? I think you want the intrusive version of the JSON macro. Or do this in the header. I normally do the non-intrusive in the C++. You don't extend struct. I didn't think so. Oh, this is a pain. Because unknown setting. Hello, Min Huang Li. I hate PlatformIO because unknown setting devices. I don't know what that means. PlatformIO is great. This is a C++ problem. Okay, maybe that's gonna work now. I don't know what unknown setting devices means. Oh, hello, Pit Fisher, EU. Anyone still watching? Almost 2 hours. Okay, that was painful. I should have just stuck everything in the class and then worked out how to do a callback on a class instance. Okay. That compiled. Let's flash it. Let's flash it so we can see if we get something come up on the screen. That's all I want to do. Is do the JSON in the header. It needs to be accessible in the place where it's used. Normally, we do this in the C++ file for the other setting stuff, but only that file uses it for serialization, deserialization. Catch you later, Dave. Have a good night. Where in this case, I've got multiple things that are parsing, that are encoding, decoding. So, okay. Whoa. Chunky that was. Okay. If we get one message, we should see something on the screen. I hope. Okay, getting jokes. Now we're going to wait for a freaking message to come through. I can just reset the, I'll reset the feather. Doing that now. Connecting. Okay. We should get a message in a minute. There we go. And is it a different instance of the payload? Why is it not being updated? That's a pain. We didn't even see a message. Oh, is it because it's not dirty? Instances, set refresh. Oh, still every 10 seconds. Okay. Unless I'm getting multiple messages now, but they're both humidity still. Should we draw is set to false? Dirty, refer to minus 0. Oh, we don't want that in there. That would be why. That's going to live outside. Silly Sion. So this stuff here is when it has to replace the screen where the background has changed, or the destructive part as the screen is going to be a problem. But then this should just draw anyway. And it wasn't. It was only drawing if it was fading up for the first time or if it was marked as dirty. So that's why that didn't appear, which is annoying. Hopefully it will now. Oh, it's going to redraw over itself though, again and again and again. That's not good. So this should only redraw when it gets a message. This is going to go bang, bang, bang over itself again, 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 again. As you'll see. Or you might not be able to tell. Maybe from the logs we'll be able to tell. Oh, I just sent a message. Okay, that went green. Why am I not getting it? Parsing sensor data. Come on. Oh, there we go. See? And it's drawing, it's there. It's drawing over the top of itself again, 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 again. 46.14%. Anyway, that's obviously a problem. So, and that's going to keep doing that every second. But that's okay. What we can do now is MQTT dirty equals false. So we're going to have to extern that as well, I guess, until I put it into a class. Extern. God. Extern. And here, only when a message has come through. Okay, and here we only redraw if it's dirty. Got two of them. Oh, I don't know why we've got two of them. Need to make that a bit easier to see. Do that. Okay. So we do want that now inside here. And we just want to say should redraw equals, no, if MQTT is dirty. Should we draw equals true, MQ equals false. Okay, let's try, except let's change what it's drawing. That looks pretty bad. So let's draw a field. God, what is it? Do a field. No, just do a field rect. Field rect. Gray. And we need a bigger font. Bigger font. I want Y to start at 30. And I want the font to be bold and that, maybe. Now let's try this. Okay, 2 hours, 36 people still watching. Surprising. I want to get this to be a little bit better than that. I'm going to join the MQTT structure and the MQTT, put it all together, and as I said, put into a class. The only problem is this callback thing I need to deal with. Oh, I also didn't like that. Anyone hear the aeroplane? It's an airport, we're having an airport nearby. Don't know what that was. There was a light aircraft of some description. Okay. Okay, there's one. Oh, I didn't center the text. That was stupid. Oh, God. I meant to do that as well. Uh, 48. Anyway. I'm going to zero. Cyan for now, and why it's giving me, oh right, it's going to keep doing a humidity every time, so that it should be updating the humidity. I haven't done that. I need to, when I go and add it, I need to check, is there already a humidity one there? If there is, yes, update that one. It's just going to keep adding more of them each time a message comes through right now. want to print the device class. Very hard to read those. Okay. Let's do the just going to add it. But firstly, we want to know, okay, we want to check if it's already got one. If dot find payload owner. Oh God, what's the syntax again? Something dot be equals dot end. So that means if it gets to the end, if it hasn't found that key, we just want to add it. Else, we want to grab that. No, we want to go equals 0, s is less than. We need to go through each one and say if s dot device class equals payload dot device class. If it's the same, then we want this to equal payload. We're not going to check the timestamp right now. We're going to assume the timestamp is. No, I'll do that as well. If it equals class and the timestamp is less than payload.timestamp, then we update it. And we break. So is that right? So if it's not already there, add it in. Otherwise, go through all of the sensor messages for that person. And if we find a matching device class and the timestamp, the new timestamp is greater than the old one, then we just make that equal the new payload. And we're going to say added. And here we're going to say updated. Sensor. And let's stop printing them out because that's annoying. Do we want to print it out? Oh, we should just in case. Okay, let's try this. Okay, This should stop the double. I don't know why we're getting you know what we could have done as well. I know these are supposed to be widgets, right? But make it magenta. Should do that on its own sprite, but we'll do that afterwards.
Hello.
And we want to do the description. Oh, let's see if this. Let's see what this pops in with. See if it crashes. FinDev is the best debugging. Oh, there we go. Hard to read. It says humidity 46.46%. I wonder if I can change the value. If I, hey Yazzie, good morning. How you doing? Or I could just reset it. That'll make a new message come through. See if it replaces it. See if I can get it to actually show a different humidity. Not got another bit of data. Only got that one message so far. Hard morning, just got home. Sorry to hear. I'm glad you got him to school. Why is this not sending a new message? Okay, just got another one then. Okay, and the value, this time the value was 78.44, but it didn't update it. Message arrived. Oh, it's not. So I got the message arrived for. It didn't do anything with it. Message arrived for. So neither of these things happened because there's no log. So obviously this isn't right. So let's how do I search for a key in a standard map? Whoa. Muppet 3 is entertaining you all. I'm Muppet 0. Here to find if it doesn't equal end. That's what I did. So if that equals end, how's that different to oh, here, I got updated this time. This one didn't update, look. and the value changed 52.46. But this other one didn't do an update. This one didn't do an update. This first one did an add new sensor. That did an update sensor. But this second one didn't do anything. Equals false, and then a dirty there or dirty there. But I don't know why that didn't. It did update it, so that bit worked. What other colours have I got? Orange, grey, magenta, white, yellow, blue. I mean, I can do whatever colour I want, but can I do dot color 565? That's expecting RGB. Good. Okay, so why don't we just do, that looks terrible. Let's do 50, 50, 50 for the color. Okay, so let's refresh that. So obviously, I mean, right now I'm just printing a box with some text. The idea is to have this be a graphical representation that automatically, that it knows what it is, so it knows its humidity value, and I could even cache its previous value, right? It knows the value type, min, max, whatever else, which means it can draw something fancy there and even potentially animate between the old value and the new value if it's changed. So I can make those look as pretty as I want and add, whether it's a temperature gauge thing or whether, I don't know what I'd show for humidity. Okay, it's bringing up. That redraw is annoying. So let's see if one pops in now. Hey Ollie, good morning. How are you? Now I've got two other sensors here. Like we could get 3 sensors going, but I haven't flashed these with the Arduino code yet because I need to unplug this. The first time I need to do it via USB, and for a couple of reasons. So I'm going to show you that what is my description thing. I just want to see if this pops up a new thing and see what it looks like, and then I'll unplug that and I'll get these 2 going, which I can then go downstairs, plug them in anywhere, doesn't matter where, but we can have 3 different sensors. Okay. Office, so that doesn't quite fit. Office BME. I need to get the text wrapping stuff happening and whatever, bigger sensors, but it's humidity, Office BME 280, and that is the percentage. So that's ugly, but works. Ugly, but works. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to unplug this just for the moment because I need this USB. So I'm going to plug this first one in. It's just a PS2 with a sensor. And I'm going to go to Arduino now. So I've got this thing what is my description? What I'm doing is I'm doing this intentionally so I don't have to have unique flashing on each one. Although for the moment I need to, as you'll see in a moment. If I need to change the port. I'm going to flash this. And what it's going to do is going to print out a message. The very first, it won't connect to MQTT at start. It's going to print out a message because it's going to, when I ask it what its description is, it's going to return NA. But in the process, it's going to print what its if-use MAC address is, as you'll see in a minute. I need to get rid of that. Okay, so it's flashing. Really? Did I miss it? That should be 11,5200. Hello. You should be. Oh, I'm not doing a delay, but it's going to print too quickly. Damn it. Just for now, I need to delay it. The native USB, so it's printing this out immediately before it has a chance to do anything, and I don't get to see the thing. So what I'm doing is I'm building a bunch of descriptors based on the Mac. Oh, I wonder if I can do got an idea. Can I do ASP tool, wait. Do I not have a previous? No, I don't. That's annoying. ASP tool.py. Was it get Mac? Get. Is there a get Mac? But there was. I can just, if I do, read Mac. Oh, I need to tell it what port. Anyway, I got this here, right? But I want to see if I can actually get that through ESP tool. If I can just type it directly in. If I close the serial. Why is it not letting me connect to port/dev.cu.usb? What does not exist? Oh, modem 01. Does that tell me the actual? Oh, that's that Mac. No, I want the. Well, it might be the same one, but I want the eFuse Mac as a. Okay, that's not going to help me. Okay, I need let's refresh it. This way. That's okay. That's what I want. So I'm going to do logger description, that one, and I'm going to, what am I going to make this? Packing BME 280. I'm going to put one in my packing thing. I'm just going to is that given me a no, it hasn't. Okay. So if I reflash this now, because it's going to have an entry, it's not going to return NA. It's now going to run. If that makes sense. I know this is not ideal. Like ideally, I would grab this from an online resource, like a online meaning somewhere else, a little server somewhere. But right now, I want to. If I store all these, I can then I can re-flash these and not have to worry about manually recognizing which one's which. That's all, right? That's the only reason I'm doing this for now. But it's not ideal. That looks like a crazy array index overflow. What, this? No, that's the it's the int version of that thing. See, now it's so this should be a second one now in here. Or it should come, that's the 8671. Should be another message from this one. Okay, I'm gonna now need to do the other one. I know it's a bit of a pain. Be nice if I could I'm gonna go plug this other one in downstairs while that's flashing. Back in a sec. Maybe I should oh, what? Doesn't like the port. Oh, wait. I didn't assign the port. Maybe I should stick one in the pick and place machine. Why am I only seeing one? I can have multiple things published to the same topic, right? Weird. Okay. That's the new Mac. Shall I call this one pick and place? Pick and place BME. You bought another Mac. What? No, what? Talking about MAC address. Right, okay. So, come on, flash already. I don't actually have a power. Oh, maybe. Cable. USB cable. Hold on, hang on. No, it's not a USB A to C. Come on, A to C. All of a sudden, all I can find is C to C. Bullshit. No. Come on. Yay. Found one. Okay, I'm going to unplug that. I'm going to plug this back in. Turn this back on. Yes, look, I see that did that weird thing again. Something to do with the JPEG loading. I'm going to go plug this in downstairs as well. Hello. Okay, should find 2 of those messages, and soon we'll find 3. I don't have an adapter. I thought I had an adapter. Oh, that pissed me off. Sorry, folks. I thought I had a power plug, an ADA, whatever plug, and I don't. Where are my plugs? Where are they all? Come on, see on. Find one. Anywhere, just come on. Can I not have any? That is insane. Nope. I'm gonna have to steal one from somewhere. No, I can't steal that one. I'm using that one. And I'm using that one. Okay, I can't believe this. This is really frustrating. I just want to get 3 sensors. Has it even found one? No, it hasn't. Why hasn't it found one? There's something wrong with my MQTT server. I just need a wall plug for the USB connector. Please, someone. What about a Raspberry Pi power cable? I've only got like 500 of those. Where are they all? Okay. I'm going to use that. Back in a second. I've got this.
Super chat!
Okay. That was frustrating. Then I had to find a PowerPoint. What? What did just Pro Engineer just do? Thanks, Matt. That was much appreciated. Oh, it found one. Unity. It just found the P&P one I plugged in. It looks like they're not... Why are they not... Can everyone see that? It's the P&P one. I can see the other one's publishing. Like it just flashed and it published, but it's not. So this is the P&P one. Why are they... I don't understand why they're not... I can see them publishing. Okay, my RGB LED flashes. If this is my MQTT server, you can see I've got a new client. Local command disconnected. What? Right, I saw this one here. So this is the new one. Pick and place one's publishing. That's my square display is connected. That's the one I just plugged in. That's the other one there. It's connected. And that one there's connected. So there's 3 of them connected. The history tab in MQTT Explorer. What history tab? Oh. I mean this one here. I'm getting the pick and place ones. There's an office one. Office, office, office. Well, they seem to be. Well, these look like they're old. And that none of them are showing for packing. Okay, so the Office one just sent. Like I can see the LED, the blue LED, it goes green when it's sending, and it just flashed and sent. So, but I'm not seeing. So, just to be clear with MQTT, 3 unique devices can all publish to the same topic, right? The data doesn't stomp the previous. Like, either way, see, I'm only getting messages for one thing here. They don't have to publish 2 unique topics, do they? I only want to subscribe to one topic to be able to get all the messages from different things. Like maybe I'm using MQTT wrong. Publish the... Right, but per what? I'm talking about 3 devices. Will one device replace the message from the other device? Shouldn't each device have its own... So if they're all sending at the same time, only one of them is going to come through. So how, okay. Then if each one publishes to a unique, so like a, so the topic right now is arm space sensors. But I'm only seeing history for PNP BME. Right? But the other 2 are also sending to the same space sensors. So I don't understand. I'm only seeing messages from one of the 3 of them. So again, can all 3 of them so the last one here was 8:53 for the Office one. But that's rubbish. It's sitting here broadcasting. Maybe the Explorer is the problem. Oh, now I just got more data through. What just happened then? Now I've got Office, humidity. Now I've got 4, but they're all... What is going on? Well, I don't know if they're able to publish. Why wouldn't they be able to publish? And why have I got 4 of them now? Well, that just crashed because it tried to... the format wasn't right. But yeah, I can send a message. I just did. See, there's the hello. I know it's not. I'm just saying. Fine, I can just grab this. Here you go. Let me copy this. Oops. Yeah, I published that. That was a pick and place one. So maybe they can't publish. Maybe they're... Templogger 1. Oh, hang on. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, hang on. That should... No, that would just be... Okay, hang on. When I'm connecting... Reconnect. Okay, now I'm connecting the client. So it's not that. I don't want that. It's not showing message drivers from devices. The devices were not able to send the payload. Look, it's possible, but they were sending before. They just stopped sending when I introduced new ones. Where's my MQTT set up? No, my MQTT, this one, Arduino, host name, right. Host name will be, what is my description? Let's see if I can reflash them. I forgot to change the host name. They were all using the same host name for OTA, which is a pain. Now they'll use their description, except that needs to be a... I mean, they're all doing the same publishing, the same everything. So only one publisher. Is that right? Is that what it is? Only one publisher per topic? If that's the case, this is why. But then the reason I did this... What? There's no The reason I did this is because if I'm listening, I only want to listen to one topic. So if I listen to, for argument's sake, if I do that, like listen to this, this won't give me all the things, but after it, right? So if each one of these published to its own, so umspace/sensors/ its ID, I can't see those if I'm just looking at the root of it. Okay. Oh, so it's got a whole bunch of things. Let me reflash. Okay. Can I have more than one publisher per topic? Topic in MQTT. No, I probably don't want to be on mini high anyway. Yes, you can have more than one publisher per topic. The protocol is designed that multiple clients can publish messages to the same topic without issue. So that's not true. Have several sensors or devices publishing data, for example, temperature readings or status updates on the same topic, especially in IoT applications. Google says different. Can you post a URL that shows different, please? I'm just reflashing them. If I have 3 devices that each publish to a unique topic but in the following formats, location slash sensors slash device ID. How can I listen for all from all devices just from subscribing to location, sensors. Can I wildcard multi topics? Oops. Please say each topic can only have one. Okay, MQTT pub message flow. Posting notifications, messages on a specific topic to an MQTT broker, client or clients that are subscribed to this topic. Each topic can only have one publisher, but multiple subscribers. Okay, well, there you go. Topics contain several levels. Clients can use wildcards in a computer topic to subscribe. Oh, so you can use okay, well that's fine then. Okay, so how do I do wildcards? Plus sensors. 2 wildcards are available to enable client subscription to multiple topics to match a single level of hierarchy, to match all hierarchy levels. Kitchen sensor. Ah, okay. Well, this is fine then. This is what I want. Okay, this solves the problem. This is what I couldn't get working the other day, was this wildcard thing, but now I can. Now I know what I need to do. Ah, that even makes things simpler, but now I'm going to have to rewrite some stuff. Okay, so when I subscribe, I need to do that. That will give me all sensors. And now here, when I publish my topic, where's my topic? Okay, that won't be there. My topic will now. That's why the temperature wasn't coming through. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this one is going to be sensors temperature. I want the ID. Plus because each one has to be unique. Ah, what a pain. Humidity. Okay, there you go. I don't use MQTT much. Like I use it for people to control the logo. That's about it, huh? So let's flash this as well. So I need to reflash all of these Feather S2s. Watching still. 29 people connected, it says. I reckon 20 of those 29 people are sleeping. Okay, that's one of them.
Intermit tech says ZZ.
See, Quindor's sleeping. Pretty good skill, though. You can type while you're sleeping. I wish I could do that. The only thing I can do while I'm sleeping is snore. Typing would be a great skill. Hello. Okay, it's two of them done. Oh, I saw one thing flash. Oh. And that one I think I need. Okay, while that's flashing, okay, why am I not getting new? I should see new topics, right? If it's working. It's got one message. Oh, it's got another message. So the pick and place one is sending. Oh, it arrived on space sensors. Why is it arrived on? That's not right. It should be sending. Oh, this one didn't even send. That's why. It didn't even flash that one. So shouldn't that work? Isn't that what I want? Kitchen slash would give kitchen sensors temperature. So I want space sensors slash hash. And this is sending to space slash sensors slash temperature slash something. And slash humidity. Okay, that should be the third one. But I'm not seeing, like I should see sensors slash whatever, right? Unless for some reason it's not working. The pick and place one was the last one I updated just now. So these other two aren't doing anything now. Are they connected? So all three are connected. But I'm not getting. Okay, I need to plug one of them in so I can get serial output from it. You get serial output. Oh, it's coming here. Not what I want. And I need to print the topic. Each time to make sure I've got the topics right. Okay, slash it. Wow, 3 hours. Crazy. I mean, the concept is working. That's good. I just have to make it look pretty. Okay, so that's what it's doing. Space, sensors, temperature, and then an ID. So these two are unique. Maybe the ID should be first and then the temperature. But either way, that just sent, right? Because I just printed those. And I don't have them in here. Is there a limit to how... Yeah, disconnect and reconnect. Maybe I need to swap them around. Not that it should matter. But either way, I should be seeing... See, I'm not getting any messages. Wi-Fi connected. Okay, it says it's connected to MQTT. And that's the new... But there's no messages. And that's it, connected. 867. 867. You need to nest it. Hello, Craig. You need to nest it. What do you mean
Hartman
nest
says
it?
1 + 1 is 3.
I don't know what you mean by nest it. Yeah, I can read that. I don't know what nest it means. SN value for each. Okay, can you stop just posting the same stuff, Craig? Not helpful, not helping. You're just going to get banned by someone. Still don't understand what any of that means. I've got topic. Each one is sending on unique topics, so they shouldn't override each other. Either way, there should be something appearing in MQTT, which it's not in Explorer. Each sensor needs an object value. I've got, what do you mean? I'm sending an object value. I'm just printing what that's the topic. It's sending a topic and a value. There's the topic. There's the value. This is no different from what I was doing before, except I've changed the topic name. That's it. I've changed the topic name to make them unique, because each sensor was overriding, was stomping the other data. But there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing, unless there can't be numbers in it, but that doesn't make sense. Topic must contain at least one character. I shouldn't have to subscribe to anything because it's showing me everything on the server. It should just automatically. So if I do this, if I go, oh, interesting, the logo. So when you did the logo thing before, it didn't appear here. Did it? Maybe I need to restart the server. Hey, Graham. Okay, well that didn't work, but see here, it automatically appeared live stream. Oh, we are at weird thing. So I just published and it automatically appeared here. So these publishing should automatically appear. I don't have to subscribe to anything in MQTT Explorer. They should just appear. So if I like publish to that /sensors/ 1 2 3 4 5 /humidity, and I send this. All right, where's my publish button? Oh, here. Okay, publish. See that? I get that. Sensors 1 2 3 4 5 humidity. That's what I should be getting. So you see that? That's no different to that, unless it doesn't like this long number. What about a pretty d3.gauge? What? I can't run JavaScript on the ESP32. I don't know what d3.gauge.js is. You can make just as that type of style. I can't use any of those. But anyway, right now, so this is the only thing I can think of is that number it won't like. This is not a web interface. If it was a web interface, just be using Home Assistant, right? But on an ESP32, then yeah, you can't just run a JS thing. All custom. Okay, let's do this. Let's just make sure that if I post to this, no, see that? That's working. Space, sensors, that number, temperature. So when I publish it through here, it works, but through PubSub, it's not working. It's nothing to do with listening or iterating, Craig. These aren't publishing. I can't listen for a topic that isn't being published. This is a publishing issue in PubSub. I don't have to subscribe here. This shows me everything on the server. No subscription. This is not sending. Where's publish? Topic payload. Sometimes, why doesn't it let me go to it? Sometimes it does. And sometimes it doesn't. That's annoying. Just not fully awake. Neither. Maybe there's a timeout or something. I shouldn't have had to stream it, should I? Maybe it's too big. Those for arbitrary large payloads to be sent without them having to be copied into a new buffer and held in memory at a time. 1 if the message was started successfully, 0 if there was an error. Maybe I need to print the state. After I publish. State. Maybe we're getting an error. So if I do it, publish doesn't return anything, does it? Oh, it does. Well, let's also do that. Craig, but none of that makes any difference to what I'm doing right now. This has nothing to do with subscribing and iterating through. This is to do with not being able to publish. I've already solved the listening and the iterating and the everything else. Okay. Yeah, it returns a bool. And that it tracks the error state in state. Oh, whoops. I got a bracket. Disconnect and reconnect just to clear. I'm on the latest pub sub, but it's pretty old. Hmm. Says connected. Why isn't it? Set every minute. That's annoying. There it goes. Failed. I'm getting a failed. RC equals, but 0. 0 is not a. Okay, it's definitely failing. Which is why it's not printing that. So it's failing, but it's not telling me why. So I need to look at the source for pub sub. The topic is I wasn't printing it here with, but it is in here. Okay, GitHub pub. Oh my god, pub sub. Well, code 0 is not an error. I couldn't. Yeah. Source. Okay. Publish. Oh god, can't type. Topic payload is doing topic payload. It's automatically passing the string length in. So if connected, if buffer size is less than max header size +2 plus string length topic or whatever, too long, return false. I reckon it's the buffer size. Okay, so what I need to do is go to Dropbox, Arduino, libraries, new, B, open, pub sub client. source publish okay, we're going to serial.print line. This is the issue. I know that's going to error, but it might be okay. And I want to know what this actually is. This may or may not compile. I might have to add Arduino.h to it, but I don't know. I don't know. Or that's why I'm printing them out. I want to know what they are. So they are. Wait. Oh my god, too many things. Sometimes Arduino, when you recompile, it doesn't pick up the changes in the library. I want to know if it's the length that's causing it, because there's no other return false, or there is here, obviously, if not connected. And it's also going to return false on that. Class string is no member. Oh my god. Kill me now. So while it's compiling, buffer size is set where? Maximum packet size, override set buffer size. 256. Yeah. 256. And I can set it to bigger. Right. Apparently doesn't like my print. So on connect. Where do I set the buffer size? Client.set buffer size. Saved this. Why is it not? Put a define in. A define where? No. There's a set buffer size here. You can set the buffer and change it. So, but I want to make sure this is the error first. And I want to see how big it is, how much I'm out. Maybe I can solve it by changing the name, the topic name. I can truncate it to like temp and hum and stuff like that, right? Okay, it's got to wait for it to publish. should have made should make it publish straight away. Okay, I'll make it publish straight away next time. Oh, the wait. I know. Come on. Oh, it's been a minute. There it goes. This is the issue. There we go. So it's 280 out of 256. There you go. It'd be nice if the error they gave you was a correct error. So now I know. 280. So can I set it to, the easiest thing would be just to set it to 512. At least we know. This is the issue. Okay. It wasn't that many bytes out. I'm wasting a lot of bytes on the topic names. But thanks. Next, it should publish straight away. It should publish straight away. Didn't I? Yeah, next read. Must be setting it somewhere else. The next read. Should be going every 10
Alan
seconds.
Madsen says, how long has it been since you said you didn't want to code on LiveStream?
1 week. Unfortunately, that's what I'm up to now. I'm waiting for hardware to come. I've got new hardware for the display. I've got new hardware. I've got expansion boards for Master Pro coming. I've got a new something else. Like, here we go. Yes, it published. And look at this. We now have a temperature and humidity. Okay, so it's working. So I'm going to disconnect this. Before I disconnect it, I'm going to reflash the other ones now. Unplug this. Plug it back in here. Plug this back in and make sure that we are seeing the topics come in.
Alan Madsen says, didn't you also have a new test rig made?
Oh, I've got the Edge S3 coming and the board for, I've got so much hardware coming, new hardware coming. And in the meantime, I have to, yeah, I've got this to do. And I have some new tools, a tool coming. Long story. You'll find out all about it at some stage. Did that? Okay, I've done that one, and I need to do that one. Hey, John. Just warming up. Oh, could have used your help. Had some MQTT issues Turns out I broke the buffer limit in PubSub, so I had to set it to 512 instead of default's 256. I lost the ability to publish, and also found out that a bunch of us found out that you can't publish that. Oh, look at that! I've got two things now. That multiple things can't publish to the same topic. I didn't know that. I thought they could, and I worked out or learned out how to do wildcard listening. So yay! There should be a third one's going to pop in any second. So we've got Office BME. It's got temperature and humidity. Packing BME. No, it actually says explicitly in the documentation that they can't. Was it? What was the message, Dutch? About the it says clearly that you can only I can't remember what it was. So ChatGPT said it could. Okay, here's the third one. Now we've got the pick and place BME. So there's all three coming in. Each topic, yeah, that was the line, right? Each topic. Oops, without that. Okay, here. MQTT pub sub message flow. Publisher sends notifications to whatever on a specific topic to an MQTT broker, which forwards them to a client. Each topic can only have one publisher, but multiple subscribers. And we've proven that. Because what happens is the last person that publishes to it, it only accepts messages from that person. So it was happening before, like all stream, like it was reading the messages, and then I'd start up a second feather with a sensor somewhere else, and the first messages were just like they weren't there anymore. They weren't even in history. The old ones were in history, but they were being superseded by the new, whatever the last client was. So yeah, completely threw me. But now I've got so why isn't this? So the subscribing. Why is it not? Let's restart this. Reset it. Hello. MQTT server set up. MQTT connected. Jokes. So subscribe to umspace sensors slash hash should be all of them. So according to the docs, hang on. I know why. Guess what? Guess what we have to do here? Set buffer size. MQTT client dot set buffer size 512. Bet you that's why. Let's refresh that. You definitely only see the most recent publication. I'd expect that. That is something I'm going to investigate in depth later because I want to know. Yeah, it's so what was happening in the history in MQTT Explorer, right? I've got all these payloads, right? And if I look at history, what it was showing me was, you can see like, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, P&P, B&E, P&P, they're all going to the same place, right? Same topic. And if I kept scrolling back, I would see old ones from Office BME 280, but they stopped coming through in the history once the new ones from Pick and Place B&E came through, and only those ones were visible in history. But I kept scrolling back, I could see the old ones, but none of the current Office ones were working. Let's try this one again. Now that we've got a bigger buffer, maybe that's why they weren't coming through. Jokes. Oh, here we go. Message arrived. Right, but the data's going to be wrong now. Like, I have to parse it. The parsing is going to be, I think, different. Although I'm not sure it should be. Oh, right. Yeah, the top, yeah. So when it goes through, the message arrived, it checks the... See, that's not good. So that needs to be string topic dot substring 0, comma, how many characters is that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's 15. You know what? I need to, just in case. If this doesn't work, I need to see what it was. Okay, all the messages, look at this. They're all coming through now, which they weren't before. Oh, this solves everything. There's no starts with, is there? I know that with a standard string there is. You don't want size off, you want string length. Size of will give you the how much memory, how many characters, I think. Anyway, string length is the, but let's just see what happens. If this works and we get some icons on the screen, then we have what? Gotten to where I was hoping to be 2 hours ago. Okay, so the MQTT pipeline framework uses publication to a known topic for service or discovery 2. Right, but if it then disconnects, then the other messages should start coming through again, I think. Anyway, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Hopefully we're going to see some ugly widgets. Ugly widgets. Come on. Come on, ugly widgets. Oh. No. Right, I got the numbers wrong. It's sensor, not sensors. Ugh, I was close. I was one character off. Damn it. Okay. Sure. I mean, as I said, ChatGPT said something else. But, so he's, yeah, I don't know. Is it a limitation on the PubSub library? Like, PubSub, isn't PubSub a subset of MQTT? Or is it just the publishing and subscribing for MQTT? Like, do you know what I mean? Like that could be a limitation on pub sub. If I understand what pub sub is, like, anyway, I don't know. Okay, this should work. God, I've got to fix that flickery. Right, this is very specifically states this in pub sub, that this issue. Whoop. Right, I've got messages. Space sensors. Well, this should be working, but it didn't add. So it's still not working. Why is it not working? You know what? Far out. I'm only subscribed to this, so I shouldn't even have to check the topic name, should I? I shouldn't even have to check it. I'll fix all that. I'm just going to redo it. What's slash? It was all there, but anyway. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to clean all this up. Yeah, cheating or true. Whatever. I just want to get past it. But I don't want to delete the line yet because I want to refactor it. I don't like this. Looks messy. Come on. MQTT, let's get our pub sub examples. Yeah. It's going to work this time. It is going to work. It's going to work. I'm going to zoom in. We're going to see little icon-y, little ugly widgets. Oh, there we go. There's an ugly widget. So we just got a temperature from office, 22.26 degrees. Must have just caught the end of that publishing. That's what. Wait for the next ones to come through. So as I said, right now it's doing it every minute. Each sensor is doing it every minute, which is insane. So John, just so you to catch up quickly, whatever. What this is doing is temperature office again. Like, so why didn't humidity? Oh, this is not working. So they're all coming through. Add new sensor. Now one messages. Oh, now they all came. Shit. That was too many. Did you see that? Oh, whoops. What the hell? So we've got temperature for packing, temperature for P&P, temperature for office. But then temperature for packing, temperature. Lots of temperatures, but none of the humidity ones are coming through. They're not right. Okay, so John, what's supposed to be happening, just to explain, is I wanted to have auto discovery. So this of sensors, and so, okay, I'll give you the, assuming you're even listening, assuming you're even there, what I did is I came up with a payload type, which has a few names that are similar to ESP Home or whatever, but basically there's a payload type, owner, device class. Well, here's an example, right, of what comes through. And so I've set up a whole bunch of Feather S2s that they do this, they publish this, they've got their own unique ID that they work out off their eFuse MAC address. So they're unique, and each one comes through with a bunch of data. And so my code auto discovers this stuff as they come through and automatically adds, right now, a really ugly widget to an MQTT widget. So a really ugly, like a visual to a MQTT widget that I made. So, which is just a type of window in my thing. And so the idea is it's supposed to detect that a MQTT message has come through. It subscribes to unspace sensors. So anything that from sensors comes through, and it's supposed to add or replace messages, which is not doing very well right now, and show them on this dashboard. So it's doing the automatic discovery, right? So it just means that if I go and flash another Feather S2 and go stick it somewhere else, it'll automatically get seen in here on the dashboard and show. And so it's let's get my finger caught on my glasses and they went flying. So it knows from the payload what it is, its temperature, its humidity, type of measurement, and what its value is, and the value type. So like, you know, float, string, int, whatever, a description, which is like the where it is. And then the idea is from that, it should be able to determine what widget or what you know, like visual to display, like, you know, a temperature gauge or a whatever. It's a really, really dumbed down, oversimplified little dashboard thing. But the idea is that it does it automatically for you. So it'll just discover and put them in. But it's not working very well. There's more off to the side. Yeah. So there's something wrong. Yeah. So a new payload comes in, grabs a payload. Okay. So if it can't find the owner, it just adds this. So do this. So these are not going add. See, this is what I had before, that it should be adding, or it should be doing this. So if they don't exist, it adds a sensor. So the reason these are not showing add is because the sensor is already added. And it should be showing update. But they're all not showing update. PNP, packing, PNP. So yeah, this is these are guaranteed to come in order, aren't they? With MQTT. Like if a message is sent a minute apart, the same bit of data, but the updated version a minute apart, it's published, like it should be getting the first one before the second one. I have two payloads. Right. So if I, yeah. But I do get device tests here. So yeah, see if I can make this a bit easier to see. Not really. Okay. So if there's no owner at all in there, right? So the owner, which is the ID, this ID here, if they don't exist in the dictionary, it adds, it's not there, it adds the payload to that, that's the first entry. So it doesn't add new sensor for this. And it's actually not, well, it's adding a new sensor, but it's also adding the owner, right? So this should be new owner, owner found. Added added new sensor for that. Now run sensors. Okay, and then this will be that would be the owner. This will be the device class. Okay, so that's going to print that. And then, so if the owner does exist, we don't want to create a new entry for the owner. We want to, so we go through the owners. So we go through the sensors that the owner has, right? So size is of the vector of his sensors. And we go, if the device class equals the incoming device class, assuming that the string compares are working, and the timestamp is less than the one it found is less than the new one, then it changes that entry to be that. Catch you later, Quindor. Thanks for joining, mate. Have a good night. Oh, yeah, have a good sleep. Okay, so they should be in order then. Okay, updated sensor S for, I'm just making these a bit easy to read. Owner. And so like someone's outside my door. Yep. One sec, folks. Hey, how you doing? Oh, good, thanks. Seon, S-E-O-N. Working on RZ. Thank you very much. Okay, this is my new filament. That said was coming. For the cases. Yay! Oh my god, big box of filament. Heavy. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to tell it to stop printing the payload because that's getting a bit much. So if not, so if it doesn't do either of those, then that will not be dirty. Then we're going to serial.println and we'll print the payload to find out why. Okay, let's see what this does. While that's compiling, let me get my Stanley knife. Let's look at these filament colors that I got. Okay. Ooh, so we've got some standard blacks. What's this? Is that the pair? Is that the support?
Alan Madsen says yes. Bedtime here too. Thanks for a good stream.
Oh, really? Bye, Alan. You don't want to see what filament I got? I got carrot. Okay, that's connecting. I got caramel. See the dot? Caramel looks like an interesting color. I got desert tan. These are for the kind of retro-y colors. And latte brown, so they're all very close. Whoop. Sensor data coming in. And then I got, these are all matte, right? Mandarin orange. Dark red. Ooh. Gray, like a nice, and marine blue. I want to see if I can make the case, one of these cases, retro color. I want to, yeah, anyway, lots of different ideas for, a lot of options for case colors. Okay, I have a bunch of sensors and a whole bunch of data. So there are 4 things that have popped up. Okay, new owner found. Added new sensor for temperature. Now has 1 sensor, right? Okay, description. So it printed this. That means it fell through. There's another new owner found. So it's only found 2 owners. But all 3 things are here, but now it's missing. It's skipping these ones, and these are the humidity ones. So it's only adding the temp, not the humidity. Well, that doesn't make sense. So it's, this part's working. NP, packing, no, it's not. There's no new for Office either. The Office temperature one hasn't come through yet. Yeah, C64/Amiga. C64C/Amiga retro colors. So this bit here is a problem. So this is going through. Oh, duh. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, if it didn't find it, I'm not adding it. So it's adding it if it's new, or it's updating it if it's already there, but it's not adding it if it's not a new owner. Oh my God. So if it's still not dirty, I need to add it. Oh my gosh. God, I'm a doofus. Doofus. Oh, John posted he's watching my stream. Thanks, John. I just got a ping. Got a ping before. I can't believe I didn't have that third option. Okay. I still don't know why it's showing multiple times, but anyway. Right, I didn't do this. I should have done that while I'm at it. And that'll be updated, that'll be added. New sensor. That for that. Right. Okay, so this should pop up a whole bunch now. See, that's... Okay. The reason they're all happening in one hit is because I don't have this update happening fast enough. So I want the widget, MQTT, that's updating every... Oh, it should be up every second. Am I failing to set the... Right, that would... I'm not setting the next update. Okay, here's all our sensors though. We've got all that, temperature, humidity. There should be 6. We've got more than 6, which is weird. But we've got temperature, we've got packing, temperature, packing, humidity, P&P temperature, P&P humidity, office humidity. There's more off on the side. Temperature, humidity. We've got stacked, too many of them. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 3 devices and we have 9. Oh, you idiot. God, that's why. I was going each time, so there's 3 payloads, that 3 users, and I was going through each one 3 times, all of them. Oh, no, that's not right. Sensor data. Oh my God, it's this. I don't want this loop. Oh my God, you're an idiot, Sion. Oh, you're an idiot. And also, why is it going too many if equals? What's the padding? 40. Okay. This should work. Oh, couldn't see my code. Couldn't see the code. Sorry. So what I was doing, okay, let me undo it. So this is going through all the payloads. So each entry, so there's 3 entries in the dictionary because 3 owners, right? Each one has a list, has a vector of sensors. But what I actually had was, because I was going to do it differently to start with, I had it go through 3 times. So it was 3 times it was going through every person and then doing each sensor. Duh. Sorry, that was just really stupid. That was stupid. Okay. So now there should only be 6 entries when it eventually happens. God, that was such a stupid mistake. So many stupid. This is why I shouldn't code on stream, but I'm going to keep doing it. It's going to happen at some point. What did the traffic light say to the car as it passed? Don't look, I'm changing. Yeah, that's such bad jokes. This should be dad jokes, they should be called. Come on, sensors. Publish a sensor. Do it, do it. Here we go. Okay, new owner found. Added sensor for temperature. Now has whatever. Parsing sensor for that. Added new sensor for humidity. Now has 2 sensors. Yay. Oh, and again. So new owner found. And now got a temperature and humidity. So, but this updates, the frequency of this updating isn't in line with, so when those things come in, they're dirty. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Always something I didn't do. I'm not marking it dirty here as well. Either way, that's fine. They'll appear eventually. Eventually. Here we go. Yay. So we've got temperature for packing, 20 degrees. Humidity for packing, 50. That's annoying. I'll make that update nicely. Temperature for pick and place, humidity for pick and place, temperature for office, humidity for office. And no matter how many come through now, there'll still only ever be 6. So that's now working. The flashing is just redrawing, right? I need to make sure that it doesn't redraw more often. So right now it'll redraw multiple times. If the sensors come through and something marks it as dirty, it could update like that while only half of the messages have come through. So I'll clean all that up. But I'd call that a success. I mean, they look ugly, but the next thing is to make something here looks pretty and also make it update. Like it shouldn't remove them and redraw them. It should repopulate the data, right? So it knows right now it's just drawing. See, here's the thing. Right now I'm just drawing this crap, right? So I have to force draw it every time. What this will be doing instead, oh, you can't see. Right, here, I'm just drawing this box and putting a whole bunch of labels on it, right? And it's just doing it for every entry. That's not what it will be doing is creating a bunch of, little widgets, little what are we calling them? Little dashboard widgets. And so once a dashboard widget has been created for, let's say, temperature for packing thing, it'll always be there. It won't destroy it and recreate it every time like it's doing now. It'll create a widget for it, a dashboard widget based on what it is. So a temperature widget. And then as the data comes through, it'll just update that and it'll just redraw itself. It'll change itself. It won't have to redraw that window every time, so it won't be flashing. It's just flashing and doing all that shit now, excuse my language, because I'm literally, every time there's an update, I'm literally putting the background back on, re-grabbing everything, putting the field rec for the window, putting the title for the window, and drawing the contents every single time. Yeah? Which is not what I want to be doing. But that was just a quick and nasty to visualize the data to make sure it works. So that's not fine tuning. There's a whole bunch of stuff to happen now. I now need to make dashboard widgets, you know, at least for now, humidity and temperature. But I could also, from my BME 280s, as I said, I could publish attitude and pressure. But anyway, this is a start, right? So, you know, I want to be able to subscribe to my conveyor list and see the state of my conveyors. And I want to be able to see what my logo is doing. Like, it should show that my logo is currently showing sparkles. Right, I can subscribe to anything. And I just need to have a way of representing each bit of data as it comes through. That's all. As long as everything subscribes to the same thing, right? So this, you know, the conveyors could be state class, a device class would be conveyor. Don't know what state, what I'm going to use that for. And then the value will be, you know, width. You know, this will be millimeters, right? And it can just show me what the width is, you know, whether it's homed or not, whatever. As long as I keep everything to the same format, assuming that this is the format I'm going to stick with, then perfect. And if I need to adjust the format as I'm going, I'll have to make sure I roll that format out to everywhere. But other than that, yeah, that's pretty cool. So that was success. It's ugly, but it's a success. It only took 4 hours. Holy schmoly. Holy schmoly. Okay, I am going to go get a coffee. Thank you all for watching and sticking around for this long. However many of you did. It still says 25 people, concurrent viewers, but I'm pretty sure many of you have fallen asleep in front of your keyboards. And whatever, that's okay. And got to fix this time. I got to fix all the things I broke this morning at 4:45. Excuse me. Oh, big yawn. Wow. Almost 2 a.m. Wow, thanks for sticking around. Any idea when it'll be on sale? Well, as I said, just waiting on some stencils to finish, and then hopefully they'll ship the PCBs today or tomorrow. So I'll probably have the final prototypes here next week, early next week. So I'll build and validate. And as I said, I've already got the case and the dock designed. So could be soon, but I'm only doing a small batch to start with. And yeah, the firmware's still got a long way to go. Remember, the firmware, what I'm writing right now is, for me, what I want on my desk, right? But I'm writing it inside a framework that you all can use to write what you want to write. Like I'm building a UI framework with touch control and, you know, and with widgets that redraw themselves, where you have to do minimal work. But if you want to extend it, whatever, sure. Like I'm not building a complete operating system, and I'm not building something that you'll just plug in, turn on, and it'll do all the things you want it to do. because it's only going to do what I tell it to do for me. Does that make sense? It's still a development platform, as in it's something that you'll have to write code for to make it do what you want it to do. But it'll have some basic functionality, like weather, time. Okay, jokes. I mean, I need to put together still a battery widget for, battery percentage and whatever else, and charge state, and a Wi-Fi widget for, showing the Wi-Fi status and IP address and whatever, all those things. And I want to add multi-screen still, which I've got fundamentals for, where I don't think there'll be real-time swiping as in moving with error, but like maybe you swipe and it changes screens, so it'll have different content on different screens. All of that's possible. It's just going to take a long time, and it'll evolve, right? So I'll, even once these devices go on sale, I'm going to keep working on the firmware. I'll keep adding stuff. I'll keep doing stuff with it. No problem. Hello, Floss. Hello from Tassie. Hello, Tassie. Last time, do you have an overview of this project somewhere? No, it's still a in development thing. I've posted bits on Twitter, and on my Discord I've been posting little bits and pieces. But it's I'm very much on the software side at the moment, but the hardware is almost here. I'm almost ready. This is an earlier case design, but it's now going to be a fully portable in battery. So it'll be that's the new design with a docking station and with potentially changeable things that it can connect to. Tell your clients off, John. How dare they do that? Anyway, there'll be more info about it once I get the final prototypes built and validated, and then I'll order production boards, and I'll give everyone a timeline from there. So probably in a couple of weeks. Realistically, end of April. End of April, I should have them available for sale. And don't ask me how much, because I have no idea. No idea. Okay, I'm going. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. Thanks to all the new folks that joined. First time on the stream, or first time saying hi. And just for a letterbox notifier, and I like some of the things in your code, my project. Yep, okay, all good. Letterbox notifier to let you know if someone's put mail in your front letterbox. You've got a sensor out there. That'd be cool. Yes, John, you have many applications and not enough time. Talk about timing. Christian's joining just as I'm leaving. John, I'm still waiting for you to add MQTT to Reflow Master Pro. That was a joke. I did that a long time ago. Okay. Yep. Bye, everyone. Have a great week. Catch you all next week.